Testing, testing. Hello, hello. Probably got to turn my mic volume up a little bit. I don't know why my mic is so quiet.
Maybe OBS.
Yeah. Whatever. Alright, first try. Let's just buff everything. The buff will probably wear off during the cutscene.
Yeah. Damn, she a baddie.
She looks fucked up.
Yeah. She's missing an arm. Give her the prosthetic instead of
I have a prosthetic to give her.
I dreamt for so long. My flesh was dull gold, and my blood rotted. Corpse after corpse left in my wake. As I awaited his return.
I like how the blade doesn't even have like a
Heed
handle.
A hilt, yeah.
Yeah.
I am Malenia, Blade of Mikola.
That is a long ass sword.
And I have never known defeat.
We should have given her the gold needle instead of Millicent. Oh, what the fuck? Oh. Am I cheesing her? Oh, am I dead?
I am Malenia, Blade of Mikola.
Well, I feel like that was a good first attempt. I didn't go in there with souls, did I?
No, you did like 6,000.
dodging away doesn't seem to work that well. Oh, okay. Is she healing? She is healing. Okay, dude.
Yeah, she has like a vampiric blade. It restores HP every time she hits you.
That's sick.
Well, I think it's really cool too. But the dumb thing is that she still gets the HP recovery even if she hits the shield. Like it just works even if you shield her attacks.
Interesting.
Which I think is like kind of dumb. Like, I mean, if the blade is just hitting like steel, that means that shouldn't really work like that. But like, I think it's a cool mechanic, but the fact that you can't even use a shield against her without her still recovering is kind of bullshit. But I actually like this mechanic as well.
One down.
I'm dead. I'm out of stamina. Panic rolling.
Malding Malenia, blade of Mikola.
I'm just coming back at that union base and I can't break it all or what they there.
What does that do? Is that like a?
It reduces the damage of like the first hit you take
Oh, so it's like
by
a
like a
bubble.
lot.
Is that really worth it though? Just for one hit?
Maybe not. Maybe not the first hit. Give me that bleed. Yeah, you see how much less damage I took off of that hit? Whoa!
Yeah.
Yikes!
Blade of Mikola.
That attack is like fucking Ishin.
It's worse than Isham.
I'm not sure what to do against that. Don't tell me.
And if you figure out, let me know.
Jesus, she's getting a lot of health back. You gonna stop attacking anytime soon? Jesus. She's gonna let me buff. I guess just run.
That attack is. That attack is. Well, remember how I said I have mixed feelings about this fight? That attack is like the reason why. Like it's just bullshit.
There's probably a way. I mean, there has to be a way.
Like that is crossing the line of like bosses are supposed to be like harsh but fair, but that attack is like crossing the line almost. Like there's not really a way. It doesn't feel like it is.
I gotta learn the tell for when it seems when she's in the air for a while, like that one.
Right, but if you're like already close to her, like you might as well drop the controller at that point. Like the fight's just over if you're too close to her.
We'll see. I'm only like 5 attempts in. And that's gotten me in like 4 out of 5. The other one I got impaled. It looked like she was about to start the fight with that attack. She's still getting health like Bloodborne after an enemy dies.
Yeah. I really do like the blood recovery mechanic for her though. I think it's cool. Like I said, I wish it didn't work on shields, but other than that, I think it's really cool. The only thing I don't like is like that attack.
Nice whip. That did a shit ton of damage. Oh, was that the attack?
Yep.
Alright, so when she jumps up and just hovers, run away. I'm dead.
Yeah, like I said, like the fight, you might as well drop the controller if you're too close to her when she does it. Like there's no way out.
There's got to be a way out. Or a way to interrupt the attack. Even with... That was the first hit that... Even with the uplifting aromatic, it just destroyed.
Yeah, because it's like a 6-hit combo, and she does it like 3 times, while like closing in on you each time.
I dodged the first one.
You got through 2 of them.
And I still died.
Yeah.
I think it's a delayed attack, so I'm just rolling too early. I don't even know what my Flask of Wonders does. Probably not much. Jeez.
I had the, I used the, I actually switched off my Greatsword for this fight. I used the Meteoric Warblade for this fight. Which, I mean, as you know, it's like a strength scaling katana.
Yeah.
But it also scales off intelligence. So I had in my Wondrous Physic, magic boosting and, well, and it also deals magic damage, and it also has blood loss, by the way. So like it's a really good weapon. But I had magic boosting and strength boosting in my Wondrous Physic, so my weapon was getting like double buffed.
Well, I have a number of weapons I can try. If this, When does your combo end, girl? That was like the 4th one. I thought there was 3.
Yeah, that was the 3rd one. I mean,
I felt like I dodged 3 of them.
it's really just like panic roll and pray. That's
I was
what
timing
I
it
kinda
though.
had to do.
At least I think I was. I may have been panic rolling.
Well, I don't know. I kind of, I eventually, I think I figured out like a little bit of it in my fight. I mean, I won't say anything, but
Yeah, I don't want to know anything.
yeah. I think I did eventually figure it out a little bit, but it still feels like RNG kind of to me, whether I get out of it or not.
That was panic rolling. I have a bad habit of double tapping when I want to roll.
Gonzaga is almost losing to Georgia State.
I'm dead. Yeah, if you get caught in that, you're just fucked.
Yeah.
Also, Jancy, I muted you because you were emitting background noise.
It feels like RNG too, because like sometimes she only does it like once per fight, and sometimes she does it like 3
Well,
times
every
in a
fight
row.
is RNG in terms of like what moves they do, but
Yeah, I guess, but like, it feels like to win you have to just get lucky that she doesn't use it very often. Which is great.
Jancy, you gotta fix your your mic volumes.
I think he's just on his phone.
Even when he's at home, you can hear a lot of background noise.
Yeah.
Just go full aggro. Oh, never mind.
Yeah.
I am Malenia, Blade of Morkala.
Alright, well,
Remember,
I've been fighting her for 20 minutes.
remember when I said last night that you asked me how I was doing, and I was like, well, I'm dying in the first 20 seconds each time. Now you know my pain.
I just have to not get hit.
Just don't get hit, forehead.
Yeah. Great whiff. It seems four regular hits give me bleed. That seems to be the strat right now. Okay, that is 4. She healed a lot. Whoa. I just tried to attack through that. Probably a poor choice. I'm dead.
I am Malenia,
Yeah, well,
Blade
it might be 4, but the third one and the fourth one are in like the exact same spot, I guess. So I don't know.
It's definitely 4. I still had a pretty good head start, and it still got me. I'm gonna try going under her next time that happens. Jesus.
Blade of Morkala.
I was owning in my first attempt,
Yeah, you did good your first try.
but she wasn't doing her Ishin attack.
I thought you were just gonna bleed cheese her to death. I was like, damn.
So did
First fight.
I. I need to focus more on interrupting her attacks,
I am Malenia,
but then that means I'm not really learning the fight.
Yeah, there's like a yeah, I don't know. There's like a like you have to be aggro, but you gotta be smart too. It's like a really hard balance to walk.
I don't even like want to do running attacks. Jesus. I want to run up, stop, and then attack, because that's my best attack.
Mm. Why? Is your running attack like not good?
No, the running R2 doesn't bleed on its own, but
Um,
I want to do 2 of these, and
do you think backstep like backsteps could be viable? Like,
maybe.
'cause your weapons have like unique backstep attacks too.
Do they?
Yeah.
Attack through the pain.
Like I'm pretty sure all weapons have unique backstep attacks. It's just like always been a thing.
I feel like I'm not making much progress.
Yeah, that's how it feels. I mean, I still don't think I learned the fight, like really. Um, it's one of those things where like, yeah, like I beat her, but if I had to face her again, it would probably take me like another 3 hours, you know? Like, like I beat her, but I couldn't repeat that. Like I couldn't repeat that consistently at all. Or like I wouldn't be able to.
I guess I'll die then.
Yeah, good game, Melina. You're just better. You're just better, I guess. She wasn't lying when she said she has never known defeat.
I got a pretty good head start there. I think I just have to learn how to dodge it. like that attack.
Northern Line's gonna get his ass kicked for hours on this fight.
Jesus, okay. Calm down. My roll attack is actually pretty good.
He might actually rage quit the game at this fight.
I don't have bleed proc.
Malenia, blade of Mikola.
He first tried God's Gonna Apostle, and it was like the least deserving first try I've ever seen.
He was like super high level compared to when
Yeah,
we
but
fought him.
he was like it was such a sloppy fight. Like he actually played like not that great, and he would get hit a lot. But I don't know, he made it work. It's really funny though.
I am Malenia, blade of Mikola.
I'm not even getting like under half here. You gonna do something? Bro. Still? That should have bled. I'm just fucking panic rolling.
I am Malenia, blade of Mikola.
Yeah, I eventually got to a point where I learned her moves pretty well, except for that one.
I saw it coming and I was already like so far away and it still hit me.
Yeah, you were already like halfway. I think, yeah, and that's like the real bullshit thing. Well, of course, when like even aside from just being too close, resulting in like automatic death, the third one she travels like across the map if she has to get you. Like there's like an infinite amount of range on that third one that she can like traverse.
I thought that was still gonna grab me.
And like it sucks because it's such a good fight besides that move. Like if that move was just like not as powerful or like didn't exist, I guess it would be such a good fight.
There has to be a way to dodge through it.
I saw some people recommend trying to shield tank it, but like that would be a terrible idea because of all the health she would regen.
Well, it's better than dying.
Well, I mean, your stamina would probably get fucked too. Like, you'd probably get staggered. Which would just result in death anyway.
That was close. Holy fuck. What? It attacks after that? I'm dead.
There's like a,
What? I don't know about that one. Check the frames, Miyazaki. So that's better to use when, like after I buff and she's like at half. That's why I bought a ton of boiled crab.
Oh no, Gonzaga's blown away. Sad.
I'm too focused on getting the bleed.
Rip Georgia State.
Her attacks are like so perfectly delayed. Alright, I'll just get hit by everything, I guess. She doesn't like that. Doesn't give a shit about that. There it comes. Ah! I almost had it.
I mean, you were at full health when she started that combo.
I like got partially hit by the first one, the dodge 2, and then I think hit by the 4th.
Something like that, yeah. Do you think at some point you're gonna respec for like just for the Corbin quest?
I don't know. That wasn't a bleed, really? I thought I dodged through that last attack.
I think it would have been on the next hit. Next 1 or 2 hits at least.
Do you have to dodge twice through that? It's like you have to spam roll if you get the first one right.
Yeah.
But then you have to do it all over again.
Yeah.
So
like I
it's
said.
like a double roll.
Yeah, like I said, if you figure out how to get through it, let me know. Like I never figured it out. I don't think Jancy really did either. Well, Jancy said he kind of did. I also like.
How long did Jancy spend
Like
on this
little-
fight?
I think like 4 hours. I think like 3.5 to 4 hours.
Good whiff. I dodged that. Okay, so she's like God's Skin Apostle with
The input reading.
yeah. Probably a little too close for that. Nope. Get the bleed. Really? Yeah, I do not like the dash attack. I'm dead. Did you take off the source seal?
Yes.
Does it make a difference?
Maybe a little bit. I put on 6. I put on like.
I don't want to know what you put on instead.
Okay. Yeah. Well, I mean, I don't know. I took it off though.
This seems I'm just taking so much damage, even if I dodge most of her spinny winny attack. I haven't really gotten close since the first attempt.
Oh my god. You staggered her out of it. That was the attack.
Yeah, she doesn't like that, but then when I do this, she's fine. I did not press L2 twice. Guess we'll burn a flask. guess I'll die then.
Blade of Nicola.
I'm gonna try hitting her out of the air when that happens. Don't tell me if that works.
I never tried that. That's an interesting thought, though. I never even thought to try that. That's an interesting idea.
Alright, good start. How do you like these? Nope. Okay, dude. Okay, that still does massive fucking damage. I'm fucking dead. I really thought that would bleed. Oh, I didn't have the, fuck. Really?
Blade of Nicola.
Did your weapon not scale up? Did your weapon not have blood, like, without that?
It does not, no. That's why it's so important. So it must have ran out. I reapplied it during the fight, didn't I?
Well, you used it twice on accident.
No, that was a different attempt, wasn't it?
I don't think so.
Pretty certain that was a different attempt. Too much R1 spam?
I am Malenia. Blade of Nicola.
Thing is, I haven't been using this weapon that long.
So are you not, like, familiar with the moveset?
Not with the timings, particularly. The R2 dash and the standing R1 are is what I like. I don't like the dashing R1 because there's too much lag on the, like, that's how long it takes me to do another attack after that.
Yeah, that's why I switched off the great swords, was just the lag. Like the slow animations on the attacks were just like killing me. Like I needed something quicker. Which kind of goes into one of my biggest complaints about the game, but
That attack seems like it has like no little frames to dodge. Jesus.
Blade of Nicola.
Alright, well I'm already at 50 minutes.
When I first heard that it took Barb 7 hours, I was like, well, I mean, he probably just like tilted off the face of the earth and like wasn't even trying for half that time. But I mean, now I'm like, well, now I understand.
Yeah, yeah, like, I want her to do that attack, like, way more. That last one, what the fuck is that? I dodged it. And now she's taking no damage because she's got it all back. When is your attack gonna end? Hold on. Give me 1 sec. That combo just keeps going. Way too early. Holy shit. Well, this is bad. Did I die?
No.
Well, I'm about
Nice.
to.
Wait.
Oh boy. Is she naked?
You will witness true horror.
Well, I'm gonna die instantly.
Now, rot.
Uba.
Okay. Well, that's not good. Okay. Get baited. Fuck.
Flesh be consumed
Good try.
by the scarlet rot.
Yeah, if the first phase wasn't bad enough, she got Scarlet Rot in the second phase.
Second phase seems way easier. That could be beginner's luck, though. It seems like most of the same moves, except some have a...
Like a little bit of an AoE delay or
Yeah,
something.
or like a rot at the end of the attack. That's the attack we like.
I love her armor set.
Yeah.
How many of those do you have? The aromatics.
You can use a bunch during a fight, but I have to craft them. All that's no good. She's back to full health. Guess I'll die then. That's really just what it feels like.
Yeah, I know.
If you don't dodge like the first two, like you can roll through the third and fourth, kind of. I didn't try to hit her in the air, but I think I was mid attack. Maybe she's like Lady Butterfly. You can hit her out of the air with a shuriken.
That'd be dope. Lady Butterfly. That's a cool fight. Sekiro's so good.
Yeah, it is. Sekiro's my favorite from FromSoft.
I think the next game will probably resemble Sekiro more than anything else. I think that's my prediction.
I doubt it.
Like I don't think they're gonna continue making open world games like this. Like I don't think they're gonna make Elden
Maybe
Ring
not the
2.
next one, but they'll definitely make more open world games. Okay, dude.
I am Malenia, blade of Mikola.
I just want to see more of the second phase. Like, I can craft more of these. They use Arteria leaves. Bleed proc? Greed? Is your attack over yet? No. How have you not bled yet? That was a buffer? I have no stamina.
Blade of Mikola.
Yeah, she didn't bleed until that last hit, which is crazy. And that was with all my buffs. I didn't try to hit her in the air because I'm stupid. You think of jumping R2? Or jumping R1?
Does your jump when you're jumping or 2 even reacher?
It might not.
Maybe.
It probably could. Oh, I can't use this with one hand. Didn't need an extra sippy. I think I'm dead. I think she was about to do it again. Bleed, please. Had to do it. Am I crouching? Oh, she does it again? Wrong item? I'm dead. Fuck!
By the scarlet rot.
Yeah, she's got the attack on the second phase too.
It didn't seem as bad.
Also, it feels like she's a lot more aggro in the second phase. She's always like sprinting toward you.
Yeah. Yeah, I can't dual wield with after I respect.
I respect like twice for this fight. Well, I didn't respect twice, but I used two level twos. So I tried one like weird thing, it didn't really work. I tried to like I respect to Dex, and I fully upgraded the Wolverine claws, and I tried to use those against her.
What, for bleed?
Yeah, and it actually did make her bleed like crazy, but like the reach on those weapons was so bad. So like it wasn't really doing it, just because of like the super small reach. So then I just went back to what I had with the Meteoric Ore.
Well, that was panic. What the hell is that uppercut? I don't remember that attack. Facepalm, dude.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't think it's a good fight, honestly. I think it's kind of badly designed. Well, I mean, it's a good fight except for that one attack. Like the rest of the
It
fight is
does feel
cool,
like
but
you just have to not get that attack. Yeah, getting hit is just really not good. Because it heals her. She would have been at like half health if I wasn't Unga Bunga mode.
yeah, and like I said, like I beat her, but if I didn't beat her on the try that I did, it probably would have taken me like 3 extra hours. Like I kind of, I mean, I don't want to say I got lucky, but like I didn't really like basically the time that I beat her, I didn't really get that attack like more than once. Well, I got it once in each phase, um, and I survived both of those, and then I just kind of beat her. Basically my fight. I definitely feel like the RNG was on my side, and the try that I got her, and that feels like how it kind of has to be. Like that's like the only way to win. Just to have good RNG with the move sets.
That's maybe we like to see, except she didn't bleed that time. I mean, I'm dead.
But you dodged that one pretty well.
Yeah. I'm giving way too much health back. I'm dead.
Funny because on the like on the very last part of that attack where it's like that delayed one at the very end, like her model isn't even moving, like she's not actually
That
like her
last one
model
that
is
comes out fucking sucks.
her model isn't even moving, like it's completely stationary. It's just like, okay, well, you didn't actually move with your character, you just slashes just appeared
Well, I guess
randomly.
it could be like magic.
Or it's like the anime, or it's like the anime meme where it's just like so fast that you can't even see them moving. But still, that's never how these fights have been. That's never how some of our fights have been.
That was just a really bad attempt. Okay, that was a little early in the fight for that. Just kill me. I was gonna seppuku. Maybe the strat is just to approach her fucking slowly and not with a running attack. I still haven't tried the jump attack when she's in the air. I feel like I timed it right.
I think one thing I noticed from my fights with her, I think she staggers more easily if you hit her if you hit her back.
I don't want
Yeah.
advice, but I don't even know if I can get to her back. I haven't been going for staggers. I've been going for bleed.
Yeah.
My build is not for staggers. That seemed to work okay, just... Really thought that would bleed?
Well, I mean, it might not even be true because she staggers pretty easily from the front too. She's just she doesn't have very high poise in general, but
She does seem to get staggered a bit from like one jump attack.
did you hear that did you see that they nerfed Radon?
Yeah, I don't think they needed to. She's way harder than Radon.
Yeah. I feel like if I was trying to nerf this fight, I would like decrease the range of the AoE, um, decrease the range that she can like travel as she's like dashing between her attacks, and maybe like increase the time that she stays in the air before she does anything. Like that's the big thing. Like that attack needs a lot of work.
fucked up. I tried it. I missed.
That's a good attempt.
Maybe after a jump attack, try 1R1.
There was one time in one of your earlier attempts that you actually did like stagger her, or like you bled her.
Yeah, I bled her during that.
Yeah.
So if she's close, but it seems like it's like a double hit because it's a twin blade.
Yeah.
I wonder what jump R1s would be like. I was hoping that would bleed her. I just don't know the tell.
I mean, there isn't one. She just.
There has
goes
to.
up-
There has to be.
I mean, the tell is that she goes up in the air, but like you don't know that she's about to do that.
No, there has to. I mean, I've dodged through it. There is a way to do it.
I don't know. I feel like, at least for me, there was like a very vague way to do it, but like nothing I could repeat consistently at all. It's like vague guesswork. That like kind of works.
Nice. I just jumped over her attack.
Sekiro?
I don't know how I survived as long as I did. Is the strat just to walk her behind her?
It looked to me like you were like right up in her boobs. Like you were literally right up in her face. So maybe just like, I don't know.
Keep attack. Just spam attack in her face.
Or like maybe not even attack, because that might push you backwards. But just like run, like walk into her, like as close as you can. Because maybe her AOE like extends out, but like there's like a little dead zone, like right up next to her. Nope. Never mind. Well, that's what it looked like last time.
It is what it looked like last time. What if I do a charge R2 and then when she lands, it'll hit her? Oh, this is really bad already. I tried to seppuku at the end, but she wouldn't let me. I'm not sure how she didn't bleed from that. Oh, really? You're starting with that, dude? Come on.
By the scarlet wrong.
That's some bullshit. You can't start phase 2 with that. Doing my little dance in front of her and into a running R2 seemed to work. Like it's a PvP fight, like... I had like 12... How many flasks I have left? I had like 10.
Yeah, that was a good attempt.
I am Malenia,
I tried to seppuku.
blade of Mikola.
I can't believe she went right into the fucking Omega Death move at the start of phase 2.
Yeah, that was bullshit. I like the little 360 you did. You should record that last episode because you perfect dodged the move in the first phase.
I've been recording all my attempts.
Well, yeah. I guess I meant like watch it back because you actually perfect dodged the attack in the first phase, like that last attempt. Well, I guess 2 attempts ago now, but
Probably like 4 attempts at this point. I'm at 90 minutes. Gotten to phase 2 3 times.
woohoo.
That was lucky. I'm dead.
I am Malenia, blade of
I'm not sure I'm taking less damage. But I'm also not getting like great benefit from the Source Seal either. Like it raises my attack by 5.
How much does it raise your vigor?
Not as much as
The archery favor. Man.
no, not as much as the Crimson Amber.
Oh, right, alright. not sure if you have some of the talismans that I used. I'll be right back.
That isn't what I wanted to do. Equipping all my best weapons to see which scaling or which what kind of stats. Where's Morgoth's greatsword? What kind of stats allow me to equip everything so I can try them all? Alright, so the greatswords are both in R3. The twin blades are all in slot 1. Why is that red? Does that mean I can't equip it? Oh, red just means it's doing less damage. I should have checked the...
Be not, and I would burn.
18 strength, 35 dex, 18 strength. Okay, so 18 strength.
Art thou now?
I don't need intelligence and faith right now. I do 20 less on my main weapon. The bleed will be less, but everything else will be more powerful. The weapon I'm most familiar with is the Nagakiba. Two-handed. Okay, so it definitely scales more with Dex. Well, it's a keen... I think I have it on keen right now. If I put it on blood, it would scale more with arcane. Or if I...
Be not alive.
Wait, it is on blood. Alright, so right now it's at 115 bleed. But I can't hold it in one hand. Can I even hold it in two hands? I wish it would just let you do that in this menu, but whatever. We'll get to 18 strength.
Is it thy way? Now.
You guys can fast forward this part. Why does it say everything's so much less right now?
Whoa, you only had 22 decks?
For that build, yes. It's scaled more with Arcane. So I'm trying to mix Dex and Bleed right now, and...
Well, what does your weapon like? What's the weapon scaling on your weapon? Is it like C and C?
No, it's like B Arcane. Well, I'm doing it... I equipped my 6 best weapons, and I'm trying to get a balance so that I can try them all. So now I can dual wield this if I wanted to.
Huh.
Or I can try each one individually. I can dual wield these or try the Naga individually. I can dual wield these or try these individually.
Okay.
Is it this?
It's the roots.
Actually, I'm gonna upgrade the Bloodhound Fang.
I have so many runes I haven't crushed.
That's way more than I needed to upgrade this.
Well, I took you for no man to lay out your arms.
Okay, that increases by a lot.
Back already, no matter.
Well, what is it currently at? That also increases it by a lot.
That's like 50 extra damage.
Yeah. Oh, I don't have enough to buff it with magic. So it's a 691. And I can switch to this mid-fight.
Wait, you don't have enough like mind?
Yeah, I got rid of I got rid of it.
How much FP does it take?
No, I don't have enough int. I took 3 away from int.
Oh. Oh. Okay.
Where's jump attack? Oh god, this is gonna be tough with no bleed. Yeah, I already don't like this.
Yeah, that was the other reason I switched to the New York Core. I'm like, bleed is just a necessity in this fight. Ooh.
Doesn't do much more than like a regular attack.
Okay, that was a good dodge.
I was spamming.
Still.
I wasn't timing anything.
Still. Doing this without a bleed would make the
It makes it way harder.
The health recovery on her is so brutal. without
Yeah,
a bleed.
you like kind of need the bleed almost. It is a bleed weapon, but it's not very,
The build-up is like low.
yeah.
The blood build-up on the meteoric ore is like 50. So I was getting that like every...
Alright, I got 110 and 104 on these two.
Damn, that's insane. That sounds really good, actually.
The Godskin Peeler was at like 125.
Aren't these what you use on your first attempt?
No. I used the Godskin Peeler for the first 90 minutes.
Hmm.
I guess that's too early?
The attack speed seems pretty slow on those.
Yeah, it does. Jump L1s could be nice though.
So is that like bleed damage? Like bleed hits do more damage?
I think it's bleed buildup.
Oh, okay.
Punished. So what was that? 3 jump attacks? I'm just gonna try with the Nagakibo, the OG. And I do like the stab reach. It's a good running attack. Probably the best of my options.
Damn, that reach.
I'm dead. Or just miss.
Just casually walking to the side is enough to throw up her tracking.
I thought she had another attack after that. Alright, I'll need a little bit to get back in the swing of things with this weapon. I think I was trying too many jump attacks. I do have the jump attack thing on. Lead? Well, that was a poor choice. Guess I'll die then. Fuck. Getting hit way too much.
I want to see Lobos Jr. fight this boss. He's actually like really good at
Who?
Lobos Jr.
Jesus.
Also, imagine being the Happy Hob and having to not hit this.
I'm sure there's some magic cheese. I think I got something going here, though. Still get the bleed, got the poke. And I can buff Dex by like 10 with that. Alright. I forget what I was gonna. Oh, yeah. Temporarily makes stance break easier. Okay. That does way more. I think that was a bleed, though. That was such a good attempt. I wonder how long the stance break thing lasts. Did I crash? I crashed.
Yeah, I crashed a couple times too. Like in this exact spot.
I'm gonna get some water while it's loading.
Alright.
The game's like freaking out. Let's see, do I get an extra icon for stance break at the top? I do. Well, this is a shit attempt.
Blade of Miquella.
You're not streaming.
Oh. Got greedy. This could take a while. What's my roll attack? That's kind of slow. Omega slow.
Oh my god.
What?
I'm on Reddit, and apparently Doritos bags will have 5 fewer chips now thanks to inflation.
Thanks to what?
Inflation.
I would have liked to hit you there. That was a nice buffered attack. That just gives her all her health back, man. I'm dead. I was trying to stance break her, but that's probably over already. I was out of stamina.
Fewer chips per bag. People said.
My brother said this was one of his favorite fights, which I don't understand because he usually hates this. He likes to complain a lot about bullshit like this.
Nah, man, this is a bad fight, honestly. It could be a great fight, but it's not.
I don't have any stamina. And then she does that shit. Come on, man. Bleed? I was lucky. Yeah, she's getting back as much as she's as I'm dishing out. Message of praise as I drank. Did you see that? Will you please die? Oh no. Wait, really? She keeps getting health back, which is why she's not dying. I have one heal. I'm not sure what that attack was.
By the s-
And that was some nice frame drop right there.
Am I crazy, or is the amount she's getting back in the second phase like more?
I don't know. It seemed like I was able to get her down pretty low. I just need to...
Well, she starts off the second phase at 75%.
Does she?
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't even realize. I thought I was just doing a shit ton of damage while tanking that shit. Did you do that? I probably shouldn't have because I only had 3 flasks.
Yeah.
Nice. I feel like she's getting way more back in the first phase, but I'm also just getting hit way more. You should be bled right now. Are you fucking me, dude? Wow. How did she not bleed? I hit her so many times. When she's down, I should just spam R1 to get a bleed. I get the bleed proc so infrequently. I wonder if this is worth it. I think this is better. Well, really bad fight. I'm trying to get like jump attacks at the start while I have that buff. I don't know if I can just get her with regular attacks. Stagger. Didn't mean to stab her. Not again, dude. That's just shit. It's shit.
Yeah, it's not good. Jancy said it was like one of his favorite fights on series the other day.
Really?
Yeah.
And he didn't even figure out how to dodge that?
I don't know if he did or not. I think he said he figured out something like that kind of worked, but not completely. Which I think is the best you can get. Like, I don't think there's a 100% way to dodge it.
If there's not, then that's fucking stupid. What am I looking for? I forget what I was looking for. I don't understand that attack, and it seems really hard to fucking understand. Does she ever stop attacking? Oh my god. Well, this might beat Demon of Hatred. We're halfway there.
Demon took you. How long did Demon take you?
Like 4 hours.
Damn.
I didn't know any tricks. Like, I didn't use the umbrella. What? Okay. I just tried to seppuku myself, but that's... that's a different build. I don't have any stamina. I don't get it.
I mean, I literally think there's nothing to get. Like,
There has to be, because I have dodged through it. If there's not, then it's the worst fight in the series. Like, without question.
yeah.
You just chilling? I think I'm dead. Wait, what? I thought that was a different move.
I am Malenia, blade of Mikola.
I thought she was doing a different move. I don't know what I was thinking. She just did it twice. so bad at that move. Stagger. Stagger's gotta be on this hit. Nope. Just death.
I even think, like, it would be passable if they nerfed it by like getting rid of the third and fourth but leaving the first and second. Like that would be still not great, but it would be like okay.
It seems like there's
like
it almost seems like there's 5 because the 5th one comes out after she lands.
After she's done, you know.
That's the one that killed me last time. Also, I can't believe she didn't get staggered.
But like you can just
Or
kind
bled.
of like
That's literally the worst option.
like you can kind of dodge the first two. Like it's extremely hard and like
You need a lot of
lucky.
stamina because you need to double roll each one.
You've basically got to panic roll through it, yeah. But I mean, you can also like bait it out and like just run away. But you have to time that. You have to time that well.
Don't know how that missed me. Didn't need that extra heal. I thought that was another attack. Guess I'll die then. Pretty good fight until that. I just sent my brother a rage message about how I don't know how he likes this fight.
I mean, I don't know how GFT called it one of his favorites in the series.
Well, didn't he say Detroit Become Human was one of the best games of all time?
Yeah.
He's a prisoner of the moment sometimes.
He really likes Detroit.
That game was such shit.
It's terrible.
bleed, please? Don't do your attack. Alright. What are we doing second? Don't tell me. Well, I'm talking to myself. I have like 9 heals. I don't know how much health I'm at.
You're at good health.
I'm gonna run in there. That was not worth. I'm dead. Fucking hell, dude.
By the scarlet rot.
Well, the first phase was mostly clean. I tanked a bunch of hits still, but better than we usually do. Did I stagger her twice that fight?
You did.
I'm trying to get the stagger so bad that I ruin the good start.
Blade of Nicola.
Stagger doesn't even like help me that much. I guess it's better to do the riposte and then charge in R2 after when she's getting up.
I would say that like instead of going for the riposte, you might just want to spam her with R1 attacks to get more blood accumulation. Like that might be more worth it in the long run.
I should not be attacking right there. I felt like that would have staggered.
Malding Malenia. Blade of Nicola.
Like I kind of felt this way about Rodon when I was fighting Rodon, but like his meteors aren't nearly as bullshit as that attack.
It's not even close. I tried to do the move that she was doing. I went for the stagger.
Blade.
Or the bleed. It wasn't enough. Was I doing better with the God Skin Peeler?
Maybe. I think you were playing a little bit less aggro with the Godskin Peeler, and I think that was helping you more than the weapon itself.
No, I was playing more aggro with the... With this attack, I have a good opening attack. I slowly approach and I can outrange her. I'm really not good at dodging that attack. Alright, I just got hit by everything.
Like, I think on your first attempt, you were doing like a lot of like running attacks. And just,
Yeah,
like,
well, she hard countered that because she stopped doing that thing where she stands still and charges, like moves her right shoulder back to charge forever. That's why I stopped doing it. That's what we like to see. This is like a really good pattern. Oh. Spoke too soon.
I think on my next playthrough, I'm just gonna like spam Mimic Ashes in this fight. Like, I don't care about pacing this straight up again. Does Morgoth's sword have bleed?
It does, but not enough, and it's slow.
What about like a dagger?
I don't have a dagger.
I'm sure you do.
I haven't tried parrying in a while.
Oh.
I guess I can't parry a kick. Well, I parried the first attack.
Yeah.
Yeah, parrying is not gonna happen. I haven't done it like the whole game. Yeah, that attack is what I like. Okay, yeah, this just does way more damage.
I am Malenia, Blade of Nicola.
Will you bleed already? Ah! What? Dude, come on.
Blade of Nicola.
I feel like this isn't, like, doing the fight, though. You know what I mean?
No.
Like I'm just doing running R2s. And still failing. I'm just sort of tanking her.
Do you want to hear what I did, or you
No.
still not want tips?
I'm just malding in chat at both my brothers right now. I don't think... Do I have the bleed? I do. Okay.
Blade of Mikva.
I thought I was far enough away that I could start running, but nope.
Trust me, I was molding last night.
Well, I'm already at like 2 times the length that you've already tried.
Yeah, I got lucky. Like, I straight up got lucky. I got like really good RNG. That she just didn't do it the attack that much. Like, don't look at the time difference and think that it's like a skill thing. Like, I just got lucky.
See, like, on my first attempt, she did that attack a ton. Where she just stands still and takes it.
Yeah.
It's like, try to break her stance, or try to break her, or try to bleed her. There's still got to be a way, but it seems like, jeez. I just keep doing the same thing and failing. Like, I can get 2 bleed procs real early. Bleed!
Blade of Mikva.
What did I just replace? Jump attacks? Yeah, I feel like I'm just throwing my head at the wall and waiting until she doesn't do this attack. I don't have bleed. Like, this doesn't feel satisfying, because I'm just... Even if I win, I'm not really dodging her attacks. I'm just trying to outbleed her.
I am Malenia, Blade of Mikola.
I eventually got to a point where I felt like comfortable with all of her attacks except for the one. Well, except for the one where she dashes
She
to
dashes
you and
towards you and does like a
Yeah.
million attacks.
Yeah, that one I wasn't great with. But all the others were I kind of I like to see all the others.
I don't know how that hit me. Like this attack?
Yeah, that one.
Except she stopped that one early that time. Guess I'll die then.
Blade of Mikola.
My brother wants to watch. You want to switch to my other Discord? Or
Yeah, sure. Yeah, yeah.
I don't think he's actually in there.
Well, he might show up if we move there. Who knows?
No, I mean like he's actually not in.
Oh, like he's not actually there.
All right, I'm moving over there.
All right.
It's like I have to save the bleed for when she does that.
Godskin peeler.
Yeah. Guess I'll die then. I've tried the Uchi or the Nagakiba as well. The worst attempt was you get to phase 2 with 10 flasks, and she goes immediately into that attack.
Yeah, I hate it when she opens phase 2 with that attack.
I can't believe you actually like this fight, because this is the exact fight that you always complain about.
Oh, I complained the hell out of this fight when I first got there. I didn't start to like it until, like I said, I wanted to learn the fight better, because even when I beat it, I felt like I wasn't very good at it. So I started co-oping it, and I spent probably 5 or 6 nights just co-oping it with people. And it got to the point where it's a lot of fun. I really enjoy this fight.
Is that one attack like actually dodgeable? Or is there a way?
Yes, it is. Yeah, it is. It's not easy, even for me. It's like I'm at the point where I'll almost always survive it, especially if I have some distance. Now there's things you can do that make it a lot easier, and I'm not saying what, because
I don't want to know.
Chicken doesn't want it spoiled. But after you beat it, maybe I'll tell you some of them.
Cause like I beat the fight last night too, but I'm like you where I still don't understand it even though I won.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so I like I said, I just spent a couple nights where I was dropping my summon symbol and doing it with people co-op. And that's kind of nice because people have been doing the fight long enough that they know to kind of trade aggro back and forth, so you have more time to stay alive and like see the timing, see the attacks, and it's not always you know, taking all the heat, so you can see how other people deal with it. When it targets you, you can kind of practice dodging and things like that.
And it's not like it's not like a gank fest. You just like take turns.
Some people will try to gank fest, but that usually gets them killed. Because like the thing is, she's really easy to stagger, so that makes people really tempted to stay in and keep banging on her. And then she does waterfowl when everyone's close and out of stamina and kills them all.
Yeah.
So it's really like you can't tunnel vision on this fight. You got to get in, get out. You know, maintain a safe distance until you know what she's doing. Wait to punish when you know it's safe.
Normally, I've been running. Normally this playthrough, I've been running like dual greatswords, like Radon's swords. And I had to switch off it for this fight because like the slow attack animations were just like killing me.
Yeah, it's hard. I think in general, like the really slow weapons are hard to play with in this game because every boss is so fast and recovers so quickly.
Yeah, that's kind of been my thing. Like I've kind of had like the feeling like over the course of the game, like that strength is just not as good as Dex in this game.
It's not. It's not as good as Dex, and it's not as good as Int because some of the caster builds are just ridiculous.
Yeah.
See, like even there, it's like an opening to attack, but she's not finished. Or an opening to attack or heal, and then she just does another attack. She goes into a different move, because that's the end of her move, and she starts another one.
Yeah, she can chain a lot of stuff, and she does more of it in Phase 2. Like, it's really hard to punish her in Phase 2.
Well, I can't even get to Phase 2 anymore.
You'll get there.
So I switched to the, for this fight, the Meteoric Warblade, which is like a strength skill in Katana. It also deals magic damage, and it also does blood. So
it feels like you need blood for this.
So having either blood or frost really helps a lot, because if you can't dodge her perfectly or outpace her healing, you're not gonna win. Like, you need to either dodge perfect or damage a lot. And not a lot of people can dodge her perfectly. Like, even I can. I'll take at least a couple hits.
thought for sure that would be a stab. I just interrupted her Omega attack.
Yeah, but the only way you can interrupt that is if you get a bleeder frost proc, because she won't stagger out of that off a normal hit. So it's a little risky to try that.
I need to
So
reproc bleed. Hold on.
Jared did that in one of his videos too. He fought her with his stupid two-handed claymore, and the first time she did it in the fight, he just smacked her in the face and got a lucky bleed off of it. It looked hilarious.
Jared is my other brother.
Yeah.
Oh god. She really doesn't like when I do that, but she doesn't do much about it.
But one of the nice things is she doesn't really aggressively punish healing the way a lot of the other bosses do. Like, sometimes she'll charge, but most of the time, as long as she's not mid-attack, you can just kind of, like, stand back and drink as much as you want.
Yeah.
Not
also like input reads.
Oh, the fucking... that pissed me off so much. I'm like, come on, guys.
I'm
like,
okay with that though. I love the Godskin fight. That's why I'm using this weapon.
I like the fight, but like the input reading bothers me not because they're doing it, but because it's immersion breaking. Like it's very
if you're
millisecond you hit the button.
If
like,
you're
at the very least,
if you're within
slow
range
down
of
the
her
animation.
though, and you try to heal, she will do her stab attack that covers half the arena. It's like
No,
the same
not every
thing.
time. It's not guaranteed. I
No,
heal
it's
on her
not
all the time.
guaranteed.
With Godskin Apostle, it's like 100% and it's immediate. Like it looks silly. Like, even if they want him to 100% punish, they should like speed up the animation and delay it by half a second so that it at least looks like he had time to see what you're doing and react. You know?
I was watching Barber's King on Twitch play that fight, and he was like, whenever he was healing, he would like run and hide behind the pillars.
Yeah.
Guess I'll die then.
Blade of Mikola.
I'm pretty sure I've gotten her in a bleed out of that attack.
Yeah, you can definitely bleed her out of that attack, but doing it intentionally is hard because you gotta like have a pretty good sense of where her invisible bleed bar is.
I feel like I do, but sometimes it just like doesn't happen. Like the further you get into a fight, like I don't know if her resistance goes up.
I don't think it does, but it's like, unless you're being super aggressive, some of the bleeds probably
Yeah,
worn
like
off, you know?
that attack, just keep doing that attack, please. Whatever the fuck that is. Okay. Nice tracking. This attack I'm also not good at. I need to reproc.
Oh, this guy just got lucky.
Who did?
I'm doing her co-op with a rando, and he just bled her out of an Omega. Oh, he died. That sucks.
Good phase one.
Just please tell me you know how to dodge the flower. I play with so many people who like do a really clean phase one and then just get insta-gipped by the flower.
I have lots of heals, and I got the first time the flower came, I didn't die to it, but I ran in there and got her down to like 50%.
And then you die to Scarlet Rot.
No, I still healed and got out of it, but it takes like 2 flasks.
Yeah, I mean that's
I've been doing it like every time.
It's a legit strategy if you can survive, because you got.
Well, I haven't died from it
6
yet.
seconds.
I'm going for it. I forgot about the dive.
Yeah, this is when, like, if you're playing with a bunch of mages, they just, like, blow her the fuck up.
That was probably not worth.
If you get a bleed off or two, it definitely is.
Guess I'll die then. See, that's bullshit. That is 100% bullshit.
Do you want at least one tip on that?
No.
Okay.
I'm almost at 3 hours. Well, I spent like 15 minutes respecking.
What did you respect to? Did you go to,
I didn't really change much. I just did it so that I could try other weapons, but the Godskin Peeler is just the best one.
It's really good. I do this fight with either dual katanas or dual curved swords, curved swords.
He basically had like 80 arcane and like 20 decks, and he split it 50-50.
Yeah, you know they just fixed arcane weapons like yesterday.
Yeah, the Godskin Peeler I think is still the best one.
Well, that one wasn't broken, but like Rivers of Blood is amazing.
Yeah, I leveled those up. I don't think they're as good. Because I get like insane bleed on this, and I get different scaling because I can put bleed on it. So I get arcane scaling, and then I can put bleed on it still. I think I just switched weapons by accident. I don't even think drinking this really helps me. I didn't poke myself. Just kill me.
Blade of Mikola.
Oh, connection error.
Well, we're on pace for this to be my longest boss fight ever.
So you spent less than 3 hours on like Owl 2?
Oh yeah, definitely.
Really? Because I spent probably 10 hours on Owl 2.
Really?
Yeah, that fight took me a lot, like literally probably 100 tries.
That's a slow fight though. In this you
It's
die
hard to learn.
fast.
In this you do die fast, that's true. Yeah, if you make 1 or 2 mistakes in this, you're done.
See, like, I think I'm dodging too early, but then I have no idea. I don't want to know.
Alright.
I'll wait till she hits the ground. If I don't panic.
Yeah, that's the big part. You have a lot more time than you think.
That's the problem with the... That attack is also really hard to dodge.
It is. Yeah. That one took me a while to really learn to deal with. A lot of bosses in this game have like fake outs.
I don't mind the fake outs, like, at all.
I don't mind them either.
I like
they're hard
them.
to learn. Like, they're definitely hard to learn.
There's so many bosses in this game where like they intentionally delay their attacks just
It's
to, like,
because people are so good at dodge rolling, they have... It's a
Yeah.
hard counter to
Yeah.
it.
yeah.
And people played Sekiro where everything was like, oh, you just hit it at the last second before impact and you're good.
Yeah. But they throw it off the rhythm of the fight like ever so slightly just to get
Mhm.
people like mid dodge roll.
How long did this fight take Jared?
A long time, but he was very stubborn about, you know, he's not changing his build at all, he's different weapon arts or even weapon arts at all, you know.
Well, I'm kind of being that way too.
I convinced him to at least put bleed on his two-handed sword that he'd been using for the whole game. And that helped him out a lot, even though it's not a particularly fast weapon. You know, a couple of bleed procs throughout the fight make a big difference. And I'll tell you how he deals with that attack if you want, because it's not really a spoiler and it's kind of
Well,
hilarious.
he runs away.
No, he doesn't. You want to know?
No.
You're gonna laugh when you hear it.
And she got all her fucking health back. Will you stop attacking, like, eventually? No? That's the attack I want, because it's an instant bleed. I'm dead.
I was telling Chicken earlier, I actually do like the health recovery on her. I think that's cool.
I don't mind that. Like, I said the same thing I said to you, Josh, and Jared was like, oh, and she's got health recovery. I'm like, I'm not talking about that at all.
Yeah, like
Yeah, that's not really the hard part. It's now, what is interesting about it is it's one of the only Souls fights I've ever seen that, like, specifically punishes shields.
yeah, that's what I was just about to say.
And
Like,
I thought that was interesting because you see tons of fights where it's like, okay, this one punishes casters, this one punishes melee, but it's very rare to see ones that specifically punish shields. So I thought that was kind of interesting how they did that.
yeah, well, that's what I was just about to say. Is like, it doesn't really make sense that her like vampiric blade or whatever still recovers even if it's like meeting a shield. Like
Yeah, I think they did it specifically because shields are so good in this one with like guard counter and everything.
yeah,
You know, if she couldn't heal through block, it wouldn't really be a mechanic to punish shield users.
I guess that is fair that like not many bosses are like, I mean, so many bosses are just hard countered by shields, I guess.
Yeah. And it's just so, like, there's not a whole lot of mechanics I can even think of that would be like, okay, this punishes you if you're a shield build. You know, I guess magic to some extent, because you usually can't full blown magic, but,
Yeah.
you know, magic fights punish everybody. Except other mages, I guess, but...
I mean, there are some shields that are like specifically good against magic, but
Yeah, and they've got that crazy...
That tracking.
That shield parry.
That's the wrong flask.
the guard counter.
Not the guard counter. There's a weapon art that lets you parry a spell, and it turns it into that glintstone blades spell.
Does it like bounce it back to the caster?
No, it like poofs the spell, and you get 3 of those little glowy swords that appear above your head and shoot things when you get
Oh.
close.
Wow.
Are you talking about the magic parry shield?
Yeah, the magic parry weapon art. Yeah, like carrion retaliation or something like that. I had no idea what it was in my first playthrough, and in the New Game Plus, I put it on a shield for all of Hogwarts, and it was just so much fun. Like,
I'm dead.
punishing those stupid stone-faced dudes for their stupid little pebbles.
Burger King enemies?
Yes, the Burger King enemies.
Literally everyone calls them the Burger King guys. Alright, I'm trying to dual blades.
Yeah, I'll stream too. You're not allowed to watch, Mike.
I love her armor set, by the way.
I do too. Although I don't like her chest piece. I pair it with Clean Rot.
Oh, nice, yeah.
I like my armor set. Confessor's Hood with the War Master set.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I thought that was targeting me, but I think I knew how to handle it. That was badly timed.
Did he show you how to do it?
Kind of. Maybe.
Yeah, she hasn't targeted me yet, but we saw another guy do it.
Well, I saw you do something interesting.
Yeah, that's not the only way, but it does make it a lot easier.
I think I almost did it. I'm having a decent fight right now.
Oh, it's on the host. This one's over.
Please bleed. Alright, second phase with dual katanas, which I'm not used to. I'm not gonna run in this time.
Oh, shoot.
I don't know what that move is. Oh, she's doing it. Is that a fake out?
It's a different tell. It's similar, so...
I don't know what's happening. I think I'm dead. Kinda did it. I don't know when to get in with the dual katanas. I'm gonna switch. I'm dead. I don't know what this... I don't know what that...
I think I kind of figured out something for that one for myself.
That's only the second time I've seen that attack. Thing is, I didn't get in at all. Because I don't... Or...
This guy with the fucking dragon breath. I love seeing what people bring to this fight, too. I've seen some really goofy shit that works surprisingly well.
Interesting. Okay.
I don't even know what the hell's going on here.
Playing with a bunch of mages.
Yeah. Yeah, this guy knows what he's doing, too. Although he took a lot of damage. But he lived.
But yeah, just Demon of Hatred took me like 4 hours.
Yeah, I hated Demon of Hatred.
He's
Fuck
not a
that guy.
Sekiro boss, which is why he's
No,
shit.
He's not.
I kind of disagree with that. You can parry most of his stuff.
You can parry a lot of it, but it's really hard to read his tells because he's not a human with a weapon like every
Yeah,
other enemy.
input reading
Like,
right
yeah.
there. Fuck you and your Godskin hate. That's input reading.
So, that was close. I almost put that up.
She jumps in the air like eight different attacks in the second phase.
Yeah.
Wow, we beat the shit out of her with that team. God damn, they were just nuking her from orbit.
I mean, yeah, I guess design-wise, it pretty much is a Bloodborne boss.
Yeah, that's true. It's
I
really
kinda
a
like
Souls boss. It's a Bloodborne boss.
What, Malenia?
No,
Demon
Demon.
Patron.
Guess I'll die then. Thing is, I really liked the Godskin Peeler in the second phase, but on the first phase, I don't know if I like it. But I'm kind of just Oonga Boonga running R2.
Are you capable of equipping more than one weapon without getting into
I am.
rolling?
But I have to buff it. Is the problem, and she's...
No, like
You don't
without
have to.
flat rolling. So like you gotta equip another weapon in your right hand just so you can like switch between them.
Yeah, I can. I have them both equipped right now.
Oh.
Bro. Problem is the range on when you're two-handing. Maybe I should try one-handing it. I still haven't tried dual-wielding both the twin blades.
I partnered with a person who was dual wielding Godskin Peelers, and it was kind of sick.
He had two of them.
Yeah, he had two of them.
My other one is Eleanor's pole blade after the,
I've heard that's really good, but I haven't tried it since the patch.
The attack is too long, though. The jump attack is sick, though. Holy fuck. That uses all my stamina. Oh, I'm fat rolling. That wasn't gonna work because I'm fat rolling. I'm just in a death spiral right now. I've gotten to third phase like once in the last hour. Or second phase. What are the attacks like on this? Oh wait, one thing I haven't tried.
Two-handing the katana.
No, I've done that, but I haven't done the weapon art.
What even is the default weapon art on that?
That's not the right button
That's
for
just
weapon
the
art. Shocked that missed. Almost. Did you see that?
I did see that.
The first two rolls look good.
Oh, what is going on here? Is my game crashing? That was weird.
You just want to stand there and take it?
Okay, so you actually can dodge it then, I guess.
Yeah, you absolutely can.
Well, I knew they wouldn't make a boss that you couldn't dodge, but it just seems like I'm slowly figuring it out, and I'm like 3 hours and 20 minutes into the fight.
It is very hard to dodge, and like I said, most people who survive it at all, they use a trick. One of several. Even I usually do, at least for the first one.
But did you learn that trick on your own?
I did, yeah.
And it's not running away.
I mean, that's one of the tricks, but no. Running away is one of the best ways to survive it if you have a little bit of distance.
Okay, wow.
If you get hit by the first one, it's already over.
The first one is by far the most dangerous. Oh, shit, wrong button. That was dumb. It's alright, I lived. Okay, no, those are still good.
What? There wasn't even a wind-up for that. Did you?
Oh no.
Did you see that? The command grab happened instantly, like fucking
Aw.
Captain Falcon.
Yeah, I felt like I was kind of I kind of like vaguely understood like the first two, but then the third one is the one that would always get me.
The third, of the flurry.
Yeah, the third of Waterfowl.
Mm-hmm.
Is that the bullshit attack?
Yeah, that's like the real name of it.
It's so fun when you get her weapon and can use it yourself, though.
It's, um, because like you said, you can like run away from the first two, but the third one she dashes like across the map if she has to.
Yeah, you can't outrun the third one. Maybe if you're like all the way across the board, but you've got to deal with the third one. But I think it's actually the easiest to dodge.
Well, I've seen you do it like 3 times now. Like the whole thing, perfect. Damn.
That's a different attack.
She's gonna do it any second now. She's still on him. Wow. Yeah. Nope. He knocked her out of it. Nice.
I feel like she's gonna do it, like right here. Alright, second phase. I don't know what my health is at.
Don't die. Oh, he got floured.
I'm just gonna go in. I'm going for it.
Oh, that was lucky.
Fuck!
Oh,
Close.
man.
That was a good try though.
Yeah, you were bullying her there. That almost worked.
That's why I like the God skin for the second phase. It seems when she does her attacks, it's less in a string in the second phase. It's like 2 or 3 swings. In the first phase, it's like 18.
It depends. And in second phase, sometimes she just like goes off the rails because she can combo a combo into a combo.
Well, I don't want her to jump at all. That's why I'm just fucking getting in there. I'm dead.
I am Malenia, blade of Mikla.
The running R2 works better in the second phase, I think. But I haven't practiced it enough, so I don't know her moves. The only move I know is her kick move, because it's the same as in this phase.
That was the wrong button. Yeah, her hyper armor kick.
Dude, I'm dead. I'm shocked that didn't hit me.
I am Malenia, blade.
Guess I'll die then.
Whoa, I was not expecting her to do that twice in a row.
Oh my gosh, she fell down.
Yeah, whatever spell they're using, it's knocking her on her ass like a lot.
Oh my god.
Yeah. freaking bees spell.
Keep doing that move.
Oof, okay, that one I did not dodge. That was pretty clean.
Not really.
I mean, you lived.
She's getting way too much health back. Oh, I don't have bleed on.
I eventually stopped using seppuku because reapplying it through the fight just loses you too much tempo.
If I did one heal, that wouldn't have hit me. Also, input reading.
It's probably an automatic like -1 splash too. Healing class. For as many times as you'd have to like reapply it over the course.
Yeah, that's true.
That's the attack I like, because it's an instant bleed. Do I have full health?
I think you're pretty close.
Well, this is a bad start.
You got 5 flasks.
Not for long. And she's at full health. And I'm just fucked. You can't see her fucking sword.
Yeah, the wings make it so much harder to read her.
See, I don't know which jump is the fucked up one.
What do you mean the fucked up one?
That one.
So
Waterfowl.
you
Because
you
like
gotta look for like when her arm is kind of bent and her sword goes behind her head. As opposed to the other two that are very slightly different. God. Freaking lasers.
I am Malenia, Blade of Molecular.
So what, Josh? You were using seppuku too?
I was using it for a while, but I eventually stopped and just put bleed naturally on my one katana.
How much less damage do I do?
Yeah. I'm also a lot more dex than occult though. I think at this point I'm 80 dex, 40 arcane.
I'm 51-51.
Okay, so you're like a total even split.
Well, I respec so that I could try other weapons, but the other weapons I don't think I like as much.
Hmm.
The thing I like though is seppuku gives me my buff.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah. It's so sad.
I'm dead. Oh god. Now I'm dead. That was the wrong flask. I think I used it more than once.
I hate it when I do that. I've gotten into the habit of switching back to red flasks after I take my like mega potion every time, because if I don't, guaranteed it's gonna get me killed later.
Well, yeah. You know you can hold down in order to switch to it, right?
Yeah, but I like when I need that, I never remember it at the time.
I learned that from Sekiro, but it was like holding square or something.
I mean, I'm like 140 hours in this game and I still jump at every chest I try to open, so... Like, who the hell makes the interact button Y? I really need to stop watching your screen and pay attention to my own fight.
Yeah, she comboed that into a different move. Jared's home and doesn't want to watch?
Is he in your Discord?
Yeah.
I didn't even know you had your own Discord.
It's for my stream, but I like don't really stream. Oops, that's the wrong thing. What am I doing? Oh, I'm trying to seppuku. I'm trying to seppuku.
Bloody slash.
That could actually be helpful. I always get hit by that, like, fourth swing when she dashes forward again.
Yeah, that's like the one move you have to roll, like, really early.
Tell Jared that I'm in here.
Alright.
I don't know how that hit me. Bro. That was a nice whiff.
Jared doesn't know how to get into your Discord.
Yes, he does. He's literally been in here before. He's so like illiterate sometimes when it comes to like just random stuff on Discord. Like he still doesn't know how to stream without like audio or with audio from the game.
Yeah. You get audio from the game because it plays on his TV.
Yeah, I know because he won't figure it out, and he's like, "Oh, it was working last time." Oh, guess I'll die then. I feel like I dodged that pretty well, and I still died.
I'm like, click on the chicken on the left of your screen.
YOLO. Did she deflect the second of that? Did you see that?
She can actually do like a parry kind of thing that she does sometimes.
This is a very good pattern so far. Nice. Jared, you forgot how to get in this Discord? Oh, well, if you're talking, we can't hear you. Probably for the best, because we'll hear your game.
No, I was just plugging my mic in. Mike, you using a Nagata or whatever?
I like the God skin. Oh, whoops. I just tried to seppuku, but I turned that off.
Ooh. Mike, you think this is the hardest boss of all time?
No, I think it's a bullshit fight. See, that feels like input reading. I don't think it's an enjoyable fight.
I love this fight. Once I learned it, I think it's a lot of fun.
How long?
Josh was raging at the beginning, though. I mean, all of us were.
I was raging when I first fought her, first couple times.
Well, I'm.
Like you said, she was like killing you in like 8 seconds, and all the summons were like wrecked immediately. It's just interesting. We all have been using different strategies. That is a badass weapon, though.
Yeah, I love her weapon.
When you're talking about my weapon.
Oh, Godskin Peeler? Yeah. That's also a badass weapon.
Guess I'll die then.
Holy shit!
What?
Jared hasn't seen how much damage that attack does to a person without 80 vigor.
Really?
Very good.
Jared had 80 vigor?
60.
Well, that's how much I have.
Well,
He was wearing heavy armor too.
if she triple combos you, people online say that even the heaviest, tankiest builds can still get killed.
Dude, I get like one shot. And I feel like I dodged half of it.
Yeah, I mean, Josh and me kind of came up with their own thing, but I won't spoil.
Yeah, I don't want to know.
Are you a light build?
Ooh, you just interrupted it. That's nice.
I'm dead. How long did your first attempt on her take, Jared? And did you have any help?
No, I used no summons.
No, I'm talking about, like, did anyone tell you any tips?
I think the only thing...
Well, I don't want to know what it is, but did anyone tell you tips?
I told him to use bleed, but I think I already told you that.
Well, I mean, I've been using bleed the whole game, or not the whole game, but...
Yeah, that's why I know it's not a spoiler, because you were already using bleed.
I mean, I was pretty much kind of getting to a point where I was going to use fire and other elements anyways.
Yeah, you had already said that you were going to try different stuff, and I think I suggested bleed or frost.
So, Jared, you can tank that. You tanked that?
Well, I mean, I don't want to spoil it. I mean, unless you want me to
Well,
tell you.
no. Well, your reaction was like, "Holy shit!"
Well, I used a different method than you did. I mean, I watched Josh's last fight, and like, yeah, he had it really down.
Well, he's been practicing it for like 10 hours now, though.
Yeah,
I told you, I love this fight. I think it's a lot of fun. So.
Well, I'm almost
I'm
at.
never bored. I just like co-op it with people.
Well, I'm almost at like 4 hours already. Well,
Summon me. I'll come do it for you.
no.
It took me long too, so it also took about 4 or 5 hours probably. When I faced her yesterday, it only took me 20 minutes though, so I improved a lot.
In New Game Plus, though, it might be way easier.
She still hits pretty hard.
See, if you roll late, the second one automatically hits you. It's just, guess I'll die then. So, Jared, would you say you got lucky when you've won your fights? Because she just doesn't do that attack that much?
No, I saw him deal with 2 of those in the fight. I saw the video of.
Yeah, Josh watched me. I mean, there was like, I think I dodged all of her attacks maybe like 2 or 3 times, so it's still very hard for me. And I'll dodge I'll get hit by some of her attacks, but then evade the other attacks. Oh, nice.
I heard NG Plus was like significantly easier than like regular file, like regular NG than NG.
I think I was like a level 180 when I started New Game Plus, and I'm like level 200 now.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I'm level 150 right now, and I haven't even beaten the game yet.
You get runes really fast, especially in her area.
Yeah, oh my god.
If you use a gold scarab and a gold finger, you can boost your runes by like 50%. You get a ton.
That was a pretty clean phase 1.
Yeah.
Oh, it's getting serious.
I don't know that attack.
Yeah, dude, that's one of her. That attack got me a lot too.
I'm shocked that missed me.
I thought that hit you.
Yeah.
That was a clutch dodge at the last second there.
Stop jumping, please. Guess I'll die then. See, like, you're under her, you literally can't tell what attack she's gonna do.
It is. It's hard to tell.
No, it's actually impossible to tell.
It's not impossible to tell.
When you're under her, you literally can't see.
It's probably close to impossible.
It's hard, but
No,
like,
when you're...
if you,
Did you see
heard
my
it's hard.
screen?
I knew she was doing it.
Yeah, I mean.
Okay, well, when you've played for 10 hours, that's not the... That's not...
You gotta.
That's not
you
a
gotta
sign of a
build
good
your
boss
patience.
fight. That's like saying, oh, well, the speedrunner can do it, you know?
Is there a lot of salt in here? It
Yes,
sounds pretty
there
salty.
is. Because I think this fight is stupid. I have no stamina. I just want to tank her because I don't like this fight.
On use Mimic.
No.
They nerfed the Mimic in the most recent patch.
Yeah, I've heard it's still basically pretty OP though.
Probably.
I dodged two.
Blade.
Josh, I dodged 2 of them. And it doesn't matter.
Which ones?
The first 2.
Well, then you got it 2/3 of the way down. You just got to practice the third one.
No, I don't. Because I was spamming roll.
Well, you don't want to spam.
Well, like, yeah. Even if they nerf it, like it's still like supposed to be one of the best, right? Like it's a legendary Ash.
Yeah, and I mean, all you really need it to do is just tank shit for you and take damage if you're going to use it.
Or even just like draw aggro.
Yeah, exactly. Because I read the patch notes, they said they nerfed its damage and some of its behaviors, but like, people weren't really using it for damage.
Yeah.
You know, like,
It's like a health tank. Like it has like a crazy amount of HP.
yeah.
And all the damage I did is gone. Just kill me.
Still got 11 flasks, you're good.
She was gonna grab me?
Yeah, you knocked her right out of that.
I am Malenia, Blade of Mikola.
I got so tired and annoyed of her that when she kept saying, I am Malenia, that I basically turned the volume down all the way to 2 on the voice. Just 'cause it was so annoying. And then when I won, she was like talking. I'm like, what'd she say? I can't hear.
I think I was doing better with the Colt.
Blade of Mikola.
Can't believe that reached me. What is that noise? What are you doing, Jared? What do you mean, why?
Water, you dumbass! How the hell do you... I'm like,
We literally can't hear you, that's why. Oh. Holy fuck. I didn't even look at this.
Kentucky is down 3 to St. Peter's with under a minute to go.
Where's where's St. Peter's?
I don't know. I think it's like some like really small like Christian college somewhere.
I didn't even know I had this talisman. Is that what is that the strat?
That's one I use, but that's not really the strat. It just helps.
wait, what talisman is he using?
He just figured out the one, the Great Shield version of the damage reduction talisman.
Oh.
you have the successive attacks talisman?
I do.
That one's really good.
I
too.
had it on, but it's I have I have the blood talisman instead.
I used that one.
Guess I'll die then.
I used the successive attacks, and I also used the one that gives me back some HP for successive attacks.
Yeah, I use both of those too.
I don't think I have
Yeah,
that.
I use something like that too.
This one I could probably take off, because honestly, I don't use that many skills on this fight.
I was like, fuck you, if you're gonna gain HP back, I'll just do the same thing.
Yeah. I wish you could use rune arcs in co-op, because I would totally go in there with her rune.
I think I have that one. But a running R2 is only one attack. Does that even count? We don't know how it works.
It's like per hit, so I know it works well dual wielding. I don't know if, ow. Godskin Stitcher's little, like, flurry thing counts as multiple attacks or not, but I'll bet it does.
Where is it? That could be good for second phase, maybe. Well, now my flasks will heal way less.
That was a good choice in the defense. He was hitting you for like a quarter.
Hitting me for way more than that.
That's why I was so shocked.
Yeah, that looks like those successive attacks are counting, because you're getting the little red halo.
I personally noticed it doesn't really help me that much. But I mean, I'm a heavy weapon.
Yeah, you probably don't attack as fast.
Yeah.
It makes a pretty big difference with katanas.
Ooh, nice.
He's giving me a good pattern right now.
Ooh,
Nice.
I don't know when that actually goes away. I did not press that. Input reading, by the way. Yeah, tell me you could see what that attack was, Josh.
I wasn't watching your screen that time, but I probably would have been fine.
You said you probably wouldn't have?
I probably would have.
No, you wouldn't have. Mo saw it, right?
No, I'm watching the ending of this Kentucky game.
for me, second phase was actually easier.
I think it is easier because you can just fucking attack her relentlessly.
I actually disagree because she's way more aggro in the second phase.
Yeah, and she does more damage, so she heals more.
Well, I actually, like, I've never like confirmed this, like, I don't know for sure, but it seems to me like the amount she gains back in the second phase, like per hit, like the amount she recovers HP was more in the second phase.
Yeah, It's because her damage is up, and she definitely heals more if she does more damage. Like if you
Oh,
see.
okay, so it's like a ratio thing.
Yeah, it is, and that's why like people will just like grate the shield through her attack. And if you block all the hits, like she heals off of it, but not nearly as much as if she like, kills someone.
Guess I'll die then.
You see, you're fine.
Not really.
That's usually what happened to me quite a lot. Was like the 2 cyclones would get me, and then I would quit the first.
Not fine, because she recovered all her fucking HP. I tried to do a running attack, but it didn't work. Sometimes she has a follow-up there, and sometimes she doesn't. That feels like there's no tell.
Is that on the triple hit?
I don't know.
Because the triple hit, there is a sneaky tell on whether she's going to follow it up or not.
She's getting through her first phase pretty quickly, so and you still have a good amount of heals too. So.
That attack, I don't know.
A good amount of damage.
I rolled. Fuck. I'm dead.
Does that take FP when you do that? Mana?
Yes, it does, but not very much. This thing,
Yeah. Yeah.
it's so broken. But you can see, like, it barely takes any.
Yeah.
Bleed, please. Alright, well that was a pathetic second phase.
It doesn't help that her wings are also so huge. It's a little.
You literally can't see what attack she's doing. You have to be, like, not locked on. Because if you're under her when she jumps, you don't see shit. Jared, we can hear you scraping against your plate. It is highly annoying, and I'm in a highly irritable state.
Alright, hold on.
Bleed! Or don't. I don't know how she didn't bleed. Alright, well I'm at 4 hours.
Malenia RTA.
RTA.
Jared, please stop that. I'm gonna fucking scream. I don't know how to dodge that. That was my fault right there.
Blade of Mikola. I am Malenia. Blade of Mikola.
I think I crashed. So I can crash during the fight.
That happened to me just now, but it eventually loaded.
No, it actually crashed.
Ah, that sucks.
In the second one. See, when I eventually beat her, it's gonna feel like it's not repeatable.
Well, then beat her again in New Game Plus.
Well, I'll probably be too overpowered by then.
Nah, she was still pretty rough in New Game Plus. Just everything before that's a pushover, though. Like, I killed Magritte in like 5 hits.
My OBS window is invisible.
That's interesting.
Alright, I'm back.
Yeah, I can see your stream again. What chess piece is that anyway?
War Master.
Okay.
I killed him for it.
Is that Niles crap?
Who?
Commander Nile?
No. He's a merchant in Limgrave.
Oh, okay.
And I added a cape to it.
How do you add a cape to it? Is that just a customization for
Yeah.
it? Okay. I haven't messed with that too much.
I think it came altered. The altered version basically just means no cape.
Yeah. Removes the flare.
Bro. I can't believe that hit me.
Yeah, it was kind of some bullshit tracking there. It's okay. Everybody in this game has secret melee shoes. Especially Radon. The first time I saw him, I'm like, oh my god, the horse has rollerblades. Just like spinning.
How are you not bleeding? That was stupid to try to tank.
time you use that move because it really looks like you're waving to her.
Guess I'll die then. With the uplifting aroma.
Yeah.
Three rolls my ass, Josh.
You want to watch me do it? You can join my stream.
You actually get the full combo when you have the sword. That's awesome.
You can. It's pretty risky to use. God.
Nice. I'm getting the worst possible fucking pattern here.
God, again.
And then I missed the easy attack.
Blade of Mikola.
Damn it.
Ooh.
She switched targets because I hit her and I wasn't ready for it.
Wrong fucking thing. Nice miss. How are you not bleeding? Hello? I'm dead. Well, now I'm really dead. Brilliant. She did that 3 times.
Waterfell?
Yes, in the first phase.
Times in phase 1 sucks.
How does she get... How does she get health back from a kick? Bro. Did you see that? Josh, tell me you saw that.
I didn't see that, sorry.
I did like 4 perfect dodge rolls through her thing, and the last one still killed me. And I still don't know the timing. Dude, the 4th swing on that is impossible to dodge. Leader. I'm not even getting close.
This fight's more fun with the swag sword than the Force of Blood.
Why can't I dodge the kick anymore? I wish she would do that move more often. Guess I'll die then. It's not right before she dashes. It's not right when she hits the ground.
Can I tell you one thing?
What?
Roll towards her, not away.
Got it.
Yep, he's got it. Pretty good.
That's literally it. That's the only thing. That's the only difference. So my timing is fine, but I just get hit by an invisible hitbox. That's bullshit.
You almost dodged the whole thing. Your timing was slightly off.
No. I'm talking about my timing there was the exact same as it has been the whole time. If the only difference is rolling towards her, then I'm getting hit by an invisible hitbox.
I mean, the whole thing's kind of an invisible hitbox. It's a bullshit anime swing.
Yes, it is. So you admit it's bullshit then.
I mean...
So rolling towards is the only thing that's different about my timing. That one I just had no stamina, so I'm just dead. that just makes me angry.
I mean, you never tried rolling towards her? It is kind of hard to tell where the attack is. Because it
You
looks like
literally
it's just
can't tell because there is no indication.
It's like just a big circle, but it actually has like practically no hitbox behind her at all. So the timing's still tricky because it's hard to tell exactly like when the damage actually happens. It's a lot later than you think it would be.
Well, no, I was timing perfectly. Even if you time it perfectly by rolling away, you still get hit.
That's because you're still in the hitbox. Because it's huge in front of her. And it's bigger.
If you literally just spam it behind her, you can literally just spam it while towards her. That's stupid.
Oh, I mean, but you still took a ton of damage there.
Yes, I know.
Okay.
But most of it was in the last one where she doesn't move, which is easier to dodge.
Yeah.
But you can spam it while doing it towards her. That's just stupid. You see what I'm talking about, though? Like,
I mean,
you should be able to dodge it, and it just has an active hitbox everywhere else, unless you roll towards her.
I mean, a lot of attacks in this game.
They
have really
don't,
huge
though.
active hitbox. Yeah, a lot of.
Well,
them
if
do.
they do, you can see them.
Not always. Like, I got really fed up with some of the bullshit ground slam stuff that some of the later bosses
But
do.
that's towards the enemy. This is the opposite.
Poor Apple Snyder. I think you're gonna have this pretty soon.
Tell me that's not input read.
She was doing that. You gotta wait till she's slow walking, and then she won't punish you while healing.
Let your flesh consumed by the scarlet rot.
I know, I rolled backwards.
I knew you knew.
That's the only... But that's... You see what I'm saying, though.
So the thing is, you can roll backwards out of the first one. It's very difficult.
But then you
to time.
can't... But then you get owned by the second one, because if you time the first one perfectly, you get hit.
No, if you time the first one perfectly, you won't get hit. And if you roll through the second one afterwards, you won't get hit either. And actually, you can outrun the first two if you're fast enough.
Well, yeah, but I'm always in her face.
Well, that's your play style. You know, you can choose to back off, especially if you think she might do it, because you kind of get a sense for when she's going to.
I do not. I have zero sense when she's going to do it.
Do you have to roll, or like, do you have to roll in a specific, like, to her left or right?
I go straight through her because I try to get underneath her while she's lunging forward.
If you hold forward
No, but
and
I mean,
spam roll, you dodge all of them except the last one. It's stupid.
But I mean, like, rolling toward her left or rolling toward her right.
I roll neither, directly in her face.
Okay, so you're like trying to like seriously like get up in her, like right up next to her, pretty much. Okay.
Pretty much. Like you want to roll under her while she's lunging and end up just behind her. And then the difficult part is that fucks with the camera. So what I usually do is after the first one, I unlock the camera, and I don't try to like recenter on her. I just kind of like have learned the timing after a while, and I'll roll in her direction at the right time. That was nice. It just went for it there.
So it seems like you pretty much roll through all three.
Yeah. Yeah, and the first one is the hardest one. So that's if I'm in a bad spot. The first one I'll use my thing to get out of. And that does make the fight a lot easier. Like I see a lot of people just using that for all of them, or using that to just back off real quick. And it definitely works.
God damn it! That was such a good fight. I used
That
one.
was a really clean fight.
I might try to get summoned as well.
It's fun co-oping this fight, I think, and it's a good way to learn the fight. It's a little less stressful. Wow, that guy just got wrecked.
Wonder if we could get summoned for the summon. That would be funny.
I mean, you can always do a group password to guarantee it. Although one of you would have to be the summoner, so like, yeah, Mike could summon this. Jared when he gets back there for New Game Plus 14.
I got really close to using Mimic 2 on her. I decided against it, but I was like, I got really close to just saying fuck it.
Yeah, I actually did for my first playthrough, and then I kind of felt bad about it because it was like...
You used Mimic on this?
For the first one.
What do you mean the first one?
In New Game. And then I felt bad about it, so that was kind of why I started co-oping. And I learned the fight really well while co-oping, so New Game Plus I did it solo. And like I said, it's probably one of my favorite fights now. I think it's a lot of fun.
I think it's still bullshit.
I think you'll get past that.
I don't think I will.
There's fights in this that are way more bullshit. Like
There's
I hate
not.
the last boss. There are. I hate the last boss. I didn't like a lot of the duo fights in this. Like Dual Godskin is garbage. Dual Crucible Knights is garbage. I always
You know what they're. You know.
I really did not like. I know it's like it's basically like just a little dungeon boss, but I had a really hard time with like the dual burial tree watchdogs.
Oh god, those things that just spam that stupid slam.
Yeah.
And because they're stone enemies, you can't bleed them. Like I always.
Or stagger them.
Every time I see.
I think
like,
you actually
golden-looking
can
guy,
stagger them.
Well, like you can stagger them for a crit, but just like
They don't like flinch.
yeah, they don't. Yeah.
So yeah, any boss that you can't bleed in this like directly counters my build. So even like the stupid like you go into the caves and you fight the miners.
You can actually bleed those guys.
You can, but it's a pain, and like most weapons, unless you're doing like R2s, your weapon like bounces off, so you can't combo. So I actually ended up, I leveled up the Knight Rider flail, just so that I would have a blunt weapon to switch to for those assholes.
I hate that tracking attack. I have no stamina. Then she flies away, and then you roll into her if you're still holding up. So that makes it even dumber.
That's one of the reasons I like to unlock.
It's 5 things, right?
It's 4. It's 3 flurries and a final burst.
You can actually that did less damage.
I just wail on her when she staggers.
Oh, I was what I was trying to do, but I had no stamina.
That was probably the right move then.
So many people need help on this fight. I'm getting summoned literally instantly.
Yeah, when I was doing this at like level 120, it was like immediate every time. Just be prepared for disappointment, because you'll get to the point where, like, if you keep doing it, you'll get to the point where you know the fight pretty well, and you'll get these hosts that just do dumb shit.
I just get flowered at the beginning of the second phase.
Oh, so many people die to that initial flower on the first phase, and like if it's the first time you've seen it, I understand, because like you don't know the timing, and it's pretty much an instant kill. Unless you're pretty high
Yeah, and
vigor.
it happens literally at the beginning of the phase. Like,
But it happens at the beginning of the phase every time. It's not really that complicated. Like if you've seen it once or twice, you should know how to deal with it.
right.
And I have seen so many people that like they do an incredibly clean phase 1, so they clearly have done the fight a lot, and then they just die to that goddamn flower.
Dude, what is this guy's Ash of War? Is that Bloody Slash?
Oh no, dude.
Well, it's like it's Bloody Slash, but it's like a full combo. It's not just one attack.
That is that's Rivers of Blood.
Oh wow. Okay.
That's the weapon that was just fixed. It's amazing now.
That looks absurdly overpowered.
It's really good, and it works really well on her.
I actually like I've been a strength build this whole game, but for a couple of attempts in this fight, I actually used back to attacks, and I tried.
think I'm dead.
I tried to spam blood on her with the hook claws. It did not go well, but mostly I actually got her to bleed like crazy, but it was just the reach of that weapon was so small.
Yeah.
I don't know what this move is. Nice.
Oh, I hate that move.
I don't know what it is.
She summons a bunch of little, like, spirit.
Well, yeah, I can see what it is, but I'm not used to it.
Yeah.
I think
She
they
doesn't
come
use
at
that
you
one
in
a whole
like
lot.
they come at you in like diagonal directions, like left and right and left and right, and you gotta like dodge backward, like keep dodging to each different side.
I might switch to Godskin for the second phase. I missed. Great start. That attack is still so rough, and she just did it like 8 times in a row.
It's like her little, like, sword slap thing.
Yeah.
That thing is so fast.
Okay, I actually dodged her that time.
Nice.
Like with 3 dodges, or were you spamming it?
With like 5. I got hit, but with like 5 dodges.
Did you unlock?
No.
Yeah, you don't have to. It just helps because, like, sometimes she curves around you, and then your dodge, like, thinks you want to curve dodge around her, and when you don't.
I'm still not doing great though, like, cause you only get 7 flasks in the summon world, then I'm already down to 2.
Yeah, you'll get the hang of it, though, if you keep doing it.
Dude, why do I keep getting hit by that? Just kill me.
I am Malenia, Blade of Nicola.
What's he doing?
T-pose for dominance.
Oh, he's got freeze.
I don't know how that hit. Yeah, you roll towards her when she slides away.
Oh, you're still spamming.
Well, because it keeps me alive.
He's using a whip? Yeah.
Whips are so cool. I want to do a whip build.
It's doing like 0 damage, but that's okay.
If it's the whip from Volcano Manor quest, it does bleed though, so...
Yeah, he just bled her.
That's the one I usually see people using. That whip's pretty good, actually. I saw a guy using 2 of those once, and he was just doing jump attacks that, like, had super range and were flinching her, like, every hit.
Oh my god.
Okay, dude, that was a 5th one. Did you see? That's a 5th one.
There's no 5th one.
Yes, it is.
No,
Like the
it's
4th
not.
one starts and then it gets wider.
There's a slam at the end of the 3rd one.
Oh shit!
No, that was the 4th one.
Okay, sure it was.
I have it recorded. We can check the tape.
We'll check the tape.
I got 80 points this time. Oh, I might actually take off the source here. I'm wasting like half my Windows class.
So waiting for the 2nd person. God, like a million.
This guy's had good Windows. He's got the
So
metal.
he's got Millennials. So he's running the same thing I am, Millennials, and Rivers of Blood. Or same thing I was now. Using.
Is that the Rivers of Blood L2 or is it just like that?
It's the L2. And it's like Millennials. You have to hit it twice or 3 times to get the full combo. What are you using?
The Meteor Core Blade. I'll
Okay.
show you.
No!
Yeah. show you what stuff in a second when I'm done. Oh, that's impressive.
She did the attack, dude. I was so close.
By the scarlet rot.
Oh man, you were really close.
Oh,
I was even closer, but
that's-
she grabbed me. And that gave her like double health. So I probably would have got her. I switched to Godskin for second phase for the running R2.
I saw that flower death. That so sad. Hate it when people try to use rot breath in this fight. I can't see shit. What the hell?
Dude, I still don't know the timing. It still feels like I have to get lucky.
It'll click.
Even when it does, I won't like it.
I thought the same thing.
I might like it as a form of mastery, like, but as a first playthrough, I think it's awful. And it's
She's definitely-
it's just that move. Like literally
She's
everything else is
definitely
fine.
a really tough boss. A lot of people complain about her. A lot.
Well, I think the complaints are valid. Most of the time, I don't think they're valid.
Yeah, it's got C scaling on strength, intelligence, D on dex. And
Alright.
it also does magic damage, and it also does bleed.
Oh, okay.
I think it's pretty good.
Drain Katana. Is it somber or regular?
It's somber.
Okay.
For which weapon?
Meteor
Meteor
as well.
Core Blade.
Good. It's the one I've been using for fights that feel like I need something quicker. Because like
Yeah.
usually I've been using the Radon's greatsword.
These things are awesome looking.
They are. And actually, it's interesting because the Meteoric Ore and Radons have like the same L2.
Hmm.
It's like a gravity pull, like it pulls enemies in, and then you can like
okay.
yeah.
Like those fucking alabaster lords you use. I hate those guys. Stupid ones. I hate
She
those
is
ones.
really jumpy this run. Like really jumpy. Oh great.
That was not bad.
That was 5.
That was not bad.
Bleed? I'm not gaining any ground. I think I'll get the bleed on the charge R2.
Oh my god, she's just. I feel like I have like all of her first face down except for the one attack, which I feel like I'm good at. Although I haven't gotten the face it yet, but the host just got screwed by it.
Nice. Perfect. Fantastic. Just goes right into it. Also, she wouldn't fucking bleed. Can she not bleed when she's in rot?
Oh, this is okay.
Oh, connection error. That's a nice jump there.
See, what's that last flurry there? That's 5.
No, that's 4. That's 4. That's at the end.
It's 3 and then 4 in the same spot.
Yeah, 3 and then 4 in the same spot. Exactly. So after she stops, you gotta roll one more time unless you're far enough away.
It's like a burst.
Yeah, it's like a final burst. You can actually roll through it towards her to punish if you know the timing well enough.
Well, I don't know the timing at all.
This is just like the best armor so far. It's better inside.
God, I did that fucking twice.
I have no stamina, so I'm just dead. Nice.
Blade.
Do you admit that that's a problem?
What?
If you have no stamina and she just does it.
Well, that's just learning to manage your stamina. If you're too aggressive on her, you're gonna die. And it's like, the fight tricks you. It makes you want to play aggressively because she flinches so easily, but you've got to not do that.
I would play aggressive until what I did is like I would play aggressive until I got the bleed trigger and then I backed off.
I'll go in for a jump attack and I'll hit her like once, maybe twice, and then I back off until I at least see what she's doing. Because a lot of times after like the second or third hit, she does like either her iframe kick or she does her little like spin away. If she does that, she's getting out of your flinch and she's gonna do something else. So you gotta be ready for it. Yeah, I'm playing trash this time.
It still gave her like 20% of her health.
Oh, come on.
Three times, man.
I am Malenia.
3 times in the first phase before she's at 50%.
That sucks. That's really bad RNG.
This guy
Yeah.
just spamming
You need to
magic.
get lucky, that's what I'm saying.
I mean, if you knew how to dodge,
On a
you wouldn't
first
need to get lucky.
playthrough.
Oh no, run away, host.
You said you had to use the fucking thing and then grind her and learn her moves in co-op.
I mean, I would have
That's not a good sign.
I would have gotten it if I kept going. Plenty of people beat her without Mimic. Jared beat her without
Well, yeah, I
Mimic
know.
on the
I'm
first
not
game.
saying I'm not going to beat her. I'm going to beat her.
Honestly, Artorias took me more tries.
No shot.
Owl took me way more
Artorias is like a joke compared to this.
tries. You think so?
Yeah, it's not even close.
You see this guy just spamming magic? Oh no.
Yeah.
Connection scenario looks bad.
Some of the magic spam strategies work pretty well, but a lot of those players, they don't know what to do if they get targeted.
Yeah, he was just using me as an aggro throw.
Mm-hmm. So that's part of what I like about co-oping the fight, though, because you'll see some players who will they know to wait until you get a hit in, and then they'll sneak one in, and you steal aggro back if you know what you're doing.
Yeah. And like the thing is, like being summoned as an aggro job, that doesn't really help me learn the fight because like she's just getting staggered the whole time. Like
Yeah. But I mean, you'll still have opportunities to learn the attacks because she's not chain staggered every time. What it really means is like you're more likely to survive a couple hits because someone else will draw aggro so you can back off and heal.
yeah.
And you can also see how other people are dealing with the fight.
Like I think I'm pretty good on the fight, with the exception of that attack. Like at least her first phase, I think I'm good on her first phase. Except for like the one where she dashes towards you and it's like a 5-hit combo.
Like that fourth swing, how do you dodge that?
But I would like.
The fourth swing on the dash combo.
Yeah.
You gotta roll. You roll twice, like right in a row.
I would
roll the first one and roll immediately and roll around behind her.
Yeah, I would roll like behind her to the right because like that's not her, like her off sword hand to the right.
That's exactly what I do. Roll to the right through the first one and then immediately roll again because you can't reactively roll the second. You've got to predict it. And then you've got to be ready for the follow-up because sometimes she goes into a double slash slam, but sometimes she just sits there.
I don't know how that hit me.
Oh, poor host.
She moved to me.
Blade of Nicola.
Second time before, 2 times before 50% health.
Do you want to know her trigger for the first one?
No.
Okay.
I kind of wish, or not kind of. I definitely wish this game had like a Sekiro thing where you could just challenge any boss you want, like at any time.
I really wish they did too, because there's other bosses I'd really like to practice a little more.
And that are balanced. And they put you at a specific level in the Sekiro Gauntlet.
Yeah.
I would like that here too. I'm definitely considering, instead of doing New Game +2, just starting a new character. And possibly trying a different build, because like I had a lot of fun with this character. But like, the leveling curve gets way off, almost no matter how you play, especially with how much stuff gets to be worth in New Game Plus.
You mean like you just get overpowered?
I mean, I was kind of overpowered before even the beginning, or before the end of the first playthrough. And some of that was because I spent a lot of time working co-op. And you get like 100,000 runes every time you beat her co-op.
I don't get it.
Well, I feel like you're it's inevitable that you're gonna get overpowered if you really try to explore and see everything.
Yeah, and also like if you're good about actually getting your runes back, like I feel like
It's really easy in this game to get your runes back compared to the other games.
Like,
because of the horse.
You can just teleport.
You just run in, grab it, and sail off on Torrent. But I do think like their balancing assumes you're gonna lose a certain amount. So if you're good about getting them back and spending them, you end up overpowered eventually, even if you're not really like grinding or co-oping a lot.
There we go.
Blade of Nicola.
I got hit like the first phase, but survived. But then I dodged cleanly the second and third one.
Nice. fuck! I did it again.
Why doesn't my jump attack have tracking?
Yeah, that should be a weapon art. Like, just click it to add tracking to whatever you're doing at the time.
Poach just got flowered at the beginning.
Flower death.
I feel like what I might do in the G Plus, then after sure again, is like, if I'm about to win the fight, just let her kill me, so I just get a retry, just like die on purpose.
Just so you can keep practicing the fight solo.
Yeah. If she's like 1 or 2 hits away, just let her kill me or whatever.
Yeah, this really does need like a boss rush mode or a Pantheon kind of setup.
Well, it would also be nice, because what I do in like some other games, like not FromSoft games, because it doesn't work like that, but like some other games I'll like create different save files like right before each boss.
You actually can do that in this.
You have to like, go into your files though. It's weird.
Yeah, you've got to go into app data. But I've been backing up my save file because I've heard there's been some cloud sync issues.
If you're close to bleeding, just die.
That looked pretty good. How many flasks you got? It's not bad.
Whoa, she's really lagging.
Yeah, some of these hosts are in like Australian outback or something somewhere. Oh, that was weird. Connection error. I was gonna say, how am I in here, but the host isn't? Dude, you're beating the shit out of her with that guns computer. Nicely dodged.
That's not good.
It's okay, you got plenty of time to heal up now. Go in.
Oh,
Yes!
Nice!
Extraordinary.
Nice, well done.
The mark
good
of
shit.
true lord.
Jesus. Final time, sub 5. 4:58.
So 5.
I recorded the whole thing.
Oh shit! I missed the match. What happened?
He was super aggressive in phase 2 and it worked out.
Sorry.
I'm not even listening to this because, oh god.
What? Damn it! Did you record that?
I did. It's a 5-hour video though.
Well,
you should clip like 2 or 3 highlights and post it.
I'm gonna upload the whole thing and then,
What did you end up doing to beat her?
To your YouTube?
yeah.
Nice. Okay.
Half of it is Mo
Just
talking
mauling.
with Josh. Well, yeah, dude, I was mauling so hard. Oh my god.
Do you still hate her as a boss?
Yes.
I kind of hate her right now, but I'm gonna try it.
I think my winning
I'm
fight.
gonna give her a chance.
I think she did it once per phase. I almost died.
Yeah, that's when I won. She
You
only did it
got
once
I
per
got
phase.
lucky. But I think I still played the first 2 phases well.
You did. You played both phases well.
Second phase, I just went unga boonga, run in, spinning R2. But I mean, standing under her to dodge those attacks seemed like the strat.
It is. Yeah, you got to stay in close. You got to try to roll behind her. And like I was saying.
No.
the
I'm talking about when she was sending the phantoms at me.
Oh.
Yeah, that's
Because
what
I
did
dodged
too.
all of them except the last one.
That's what I did too.
Freaking last one always hits
But
me.
I think I got lucky because I was already there and I had low stamina, so I had to wait for my stamina to regen while I was standing under her.
And like you can punish her, like you figured this out, but you can punish her pretty aggressively right after the flower too.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can.
Well, when I upload the video, you guys can skip through to whenever I got to the second phase. I might even just tag every time I got to the second phase. The first time I ran in, and I feel like I got her down to like 40% before, while contracting Scarlet Rot.
His first phase his first attempt was really good.
I didn't get to second phase of my first attempt. I mean,
yeah.
the second phase of my first attempt.
Oh, gotcha.
And then, like, the next 5 times I did the same thing, but it didn't seem to be paying off.
Yeah, so now that you've beaten her, the way Jared survived that attack was he just blocked with his sword.
Wait, what?